Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby Championship. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. From home, baby, Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys him in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad, trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16th pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 21 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, Jerry Gorno was. We were saying how he was on fire as of late, and he had another great night notching the hat trick. And Sheldon Chickeness had 2 wins, both of those on Jerry Gorno's horses. Jorge Cranio did have a win, as did Ronaldo Cumberbatch, and they are 1-2 on the jockey side. Jared Brown now starting to separate a little as he's 6 wins up on Jared Brown, and another 2 back to Shelley Brown, and Tom Gardepy and Michael Nault are still on the leaderboard, both with 8. Stretch, an unusual day yesterday.
It was an unusual day. The track, I thought it was as fair a track as we've had all year. I won't say, it certainly wasn't speed bias, but I won't really say closer bias kind of. But we only had, I believe, 2 horses that basically went gate to wire. We had horses coming up the rail. We had horses on the outside. So it makes it tough for handicapping for sure, because people that follow and try to figure out the bias, it kind of helps it out. We had some classy races yesterday. We talked about an ASD Live yesterday to start the show about understanding the class level droppers from the allowance to the 75 and the stake horses into the allowance. Those kept coming in. Unfortunately, I was a little bit on a couple of the wrong ones that ran second, And then the most impressive race for me anyway was Trumpum. There's an example, was racing higher level, dropped. Normally goes to the lead. When he broke a step slow, I thought, oh, he's not going to get there because we haven't seen that before. And just the class there and the class droppers, the running style didn't seem to matter. We saw Maybella go to the lead, dropped it from the allowance to the claiming and kind of go right gate to wire. So watch out for that. Today's card is a little trickier because we've got lower level claimers and some condition horses. So it's going to be a little trickier. We're going to, again, have nice payouts. We've had nice payouts all year long. Big overlay in the last race yesterday on another dropper.
Rag-a-tag
for sure.
Out of the Canada Day Stakes.
Yeah, exactly. So watch out for that kind of level of competition. So why would anything change? Any feeling on the track surface today?
Well, yeah, that's the other curveball that's thrown in today. We did have rain throughout the day. It was off and on, and a majority of the rain, thankfully, went south and north of the city. But right now, after looking at it outside, looks like it might start off in the wet, fast to muddy variety. If it is wet, fast, there is still threatening skies around. We do get more rain as they go over the track. In the later races, might get deeper and muddier, but we will keep you abreast on that. But I'm thinking about wet, fast, and we'll have to watch the first race really to see how it's going to play and how the time plays into it. But these last couple times that we did have the off racetracks, they were still lightning fast. So we'll see what does happen. Let's kick things off here. We have a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred. Fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlong stretch. What do you got in the first?
Yeah, and just to follow up on, we're going to give we're giving our picks and information before the races. Be ready for adjustments. There's a better than average chance you might see a stretch change alert. So heads up.
Maybe one from me. Who knows?
Maybe, that's right. Here we go. 7.5 furlongs. This is a tough one because many of the horses in here struggle going 2 turns. But I thought, except for the one, my top selection, and that's the 3, the horse is 4 for 4 in the top 2. I think she's going to sit basically just behind a couple of the other horses that are going to show speed and make the move. Her 2 seconds that she has, in fact 3 seconds, has raced some competition, basically went gate to wire. So if you think a horse in here can go gate to wire, then that's the horse maybe to play. I don't think anybody can make it, so that's why it's my top selection on Barbie's Quest, just like her running style. I am going to go to a speed horse just in case, and that's Valentine, who has actually kind of changed her running style. Those last 2 races showed some nice speed and pressing throughout. Yes, did tire last time, but depending on what happens with Sizzle and Susie, if those 2 battle it out, maybe. I just think the 4 is a little sharper than the 5, so maybe the 4 can put the 5 away, but we'll see. The 2 will be there. And yeah, I'm using the 5 as my 3rd selection. She just kind of runs evenly and keeps going. Wide open race for me anyway. 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch. Anybody can win this one. I ended up going to number 4, Valente, and I like those speed races, battling it out. Now that they stretch around 2 turns, Valente is better as they do stretch out, and I think whoever can get a loose lead can just play catch me if he can, and I think everybody will have a hard time doing that. And Valente, off those 2 speed efforts, I think is the speed. The horse has a hard time winning, has won 5 out of 35 starts lifetime, but a lot of seconds and thirds, but I think the horse is running well right now, so I took it on top. I'll stick number 3, Barbie's Quest. Yes, this is a horse that has a little bit of seconditis, but has had 4 wins in the lifetime. Barbie's Quest ran a great race second time off the shelf last time out, and an improved effort. Definitely can get the win. And I put number 2, My Trudy, in for 3rd. Hasn't really liked the distance, but was a good win last time out, sitting behind the speed and then overtaking it. Beat the same horses that are in here today. The only thing changing is the distance, up to 7.5 furlongs. But if she runs her best, she just might be able to get it done. A wide open first. But I'm taking 4, 3, and 2. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, what about this one?
Okay, I kept switching between my top two selections, 4 and 1, 1 and 4, and I ended up mainly because I think that there is going to be a bit of a battle up front between the 1 and the 5, and so I'll go to the 4. Like this horse last time, the horse kind of was a little too far back, did make a bit of a move there. Is a classier horse and then dropped down, and I think the 2 turns is going to make the difference for this horse for sure. I just think that is going to get the nice trip. If 1 or 5 get loose, then that changes it up, and the horse probably runs second. So I certainly will stick with the 4. The good place bet for me there. I will go to the 1. Normally on going 7 furlongs, quick to the turn, speed on the rail, you can get that. Solid race, 2 back. Last time was hung out to dry with a pretty good speed in that race, and I didn't really like the horse that much, but did run a nice race on the outside. I don't know the horse has to have the lead, but does look much better than that. So runs back to 2 back, will be tough to beat. It'll be all about the price if I want to risk that. And then the last one, I went to the 3 based on if 1 and 5 hook early. 3 picks up the pieces. For me, the figures are a little bit low. I don't think she can beat, or he can beat the 4. But if 1 and 5 battle it out, maybe it comes 4-3. But I'll go 4-1-3, Kurt.
Yeah, I went to the same pick, Canadian Secret, because I see the 1 and 5 both showing speed. Both of them were at Turf Paradise, and both of them, when they went around 2 turns, wanted the front end, and they cut some serious fractions down there. 45 and change, 111 for the 5, and 46, 111 for the 1. So that puts them pretty well right beside each other. And it is 7 furlongs, so you got to get positioning going in the turn. I think both of them go. So Canadian Secret, I think this horse is just begging for distance, gets it today, and has that speed to run at. So that's why I put it on top. The 5, Obstructed View, came out of a really tough race last time out with Big Time Gizmo, Pucker, and Stone Cafe. Stone Cafe has since come back to win. Big Time Gizmo was a big time favorite in there, but it doesn't look like Obstructed View is a sprinter at all. So I think Neville Stevenson, he's going to gun for the lead. And if he does get it, and he likes being out on the front, I think this horse can be tough to catch. Even though he doesn't really have great staying power, he might be able to stay there a long time. So he's my second. And number 1, Give a Little, running really well all year so far. His worst finish was the last one in the non-3 lifer when he kind of chased along, but definitely is good enough to hit the top 3 in here. So I went 4, 5, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for this $1,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're only going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch, an interesting race.
It is, yeah. Like you said, only 5 furlongs. I think there's going to be a match race in here early, and that'll be between the 2 and the 4, maybe even the 6 will try to press early. Last time out, you might want to watch the replay. The 6, Truly and Terrific, had a bit of trouble, and the 2 got a little bit of a breather. So let's go with the 3 as a closer, just because of, I think, the dueler. Last time the horse did get bumped a little bit. Not a big factor, but was too far back. If she's that far back, she's not going to get up at 5 furlongs, even if there is a duel. I like the drop in competition. Just the horses that she's run against are much, much better than this. Fits the right spot. Gets a nice little stalking trip, and if the speed backs up, watch out. You might even steal a nice little price in there. Morning line of 6-1, might not get 6-1, but even 4-1's fair. The 2 horse, like I mentioned, got a bit of a break with the 4 having a bit of trouble, but ran too good to lose. That race was a solid race, solid figures, just kind of tired late. I think this time because of that extra pressure, might lose, get cost beat at the wire. But if there isn't any pressure, any breather, could certainly beat my top selection. And then, like I said, the 4 had the troubled trip. They bet that horse way down. The horse certainly can chase, press, and take over. We've seen it before, but like I said, I really like the 3 and then the 2 in case gets loose. But 3-2-4, Kurt.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a 3-way battle in here. The 2 Skyview, the 4 Truly and Terrific, and the 6 Purple Scooter. All of them have pretty good speed, and A better trip by Truly and Terrific, and the horse will be more forward and into that battle. And now going to the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn, where he's had this horse and got the win earlier on in the meet. And Purple Scooter, Jerry Gorno, absolutely on fire right now. Only had this horse for a little bit after coming from Canterbury. Now gets to know it a little bit more. And I think this horse will show a little bit more staying power. But Zig, I'm with you there. Zig is running against very tough horses and only getting beat by less than 5 lengths. And that's pretty well what I go by. I really like the 5 lengths or less. Whether you're 11th or 3rd, as long as you're in those 5 lengths, I'm going to give you extra added consideration. And the horses that are dropping from the 5-4 into the 25 non-winners of the year are doing really well. This one's taking the drop right down to 1,500. Probably is going to run at 3 horses that are battling early. I think going to get a good trip. That's why I put him on top. Skyview, narrowly denied by Landry Kyle, who just got up in the final strides. Has to be respected with that inside draw. And Truly and Terrific, as you said, rough trip, but should get a better one today with the more compact field. And back to the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn. That's why I also took 3, 2, and 4. On to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, for me, I've got wide open race. I think,
Yeah, we went to the same picks.
Yeah,
Top 2.
Top 2. No kidding. It's happening often. Yeah, I'm sticking with my statement of wide open race anyway. Nobody jumps off the page for me, so I'm just trying to figure how the race is potentially going to go. But I'll start with the 5. This horse was kind of pulled back to last and then did make a strong, even move on the rail, and then had a really good gallop out. And so that's kind of the main reason of my top selection, just how the horse finished up. It's getting a little bit extra distance. And the 2-turn, I think, if you noticed last year how strong they were. So I think as long as the horse doesn't get too far back, I think the horse is going to be right there in the mix. And then we'll go to the 6, River Deputy. I've got the horse, sitting on a win, kind of, but it's just kind of runs evenly and makes a bit of a move. For me, probably a late close and grab second. Just that's the type of horse he is. And then the 3rd horse, which I almost put on top to hit the home run, but I'm using this horse everywhere, and that's the 2. Reason, yes, he is 20-1. There's not a lot of early pace, and if you look last year, this horse won big going 2 turns. Sure, maybe it was a little bit easier, but I just think if the others sit back, the 5 and 6 who we've mentioned are certainly not going to be on the lead. Who knows? Loose lead in the slop might just steal it and get a nice price, and then Kirt will be in the announce and say, "Stretch, you were right, 20-1." Anyway, 5, 6, 2.
Yeah, myself, I went to number 5, Good to Me, just because of that close. Last time out, came with a flurry at the end. If you watch the replay, you're going to see a horse just come zinging into the picture late and just galloping out really good. And I think that Good to Me has woken up now. The best races, as Stretch said, we're going around 2 turns. The last one at Assiniboia Downs in this 5 non-4 lifer. And then in the $4,000 condition races, 2 seconds and a 3rd place finish after doing not so well in the sprinting. I think this horse is begging for the distance and gets it today. That's why I put it on top. River Deputy sitting on a win. And I'm with Stretch. Seconditis a little bit. Did get beat by 2 horses that did go wire to wire. But there's not a lot of speed in here, so River Deputy will have to rally into a little bit of a paceless race. But the horse is sitting on a win, but you're not going to get a great price. And I put number 7, Wits Gatto. Kind of put it for the same reason that Stretch did on the 2, Tough Enough to Start. No speed in the race. So from the outside, Wits Gatto has showed speed many times over, but all those pretty well going short. Now gets to stretch it out, but it is only going 7 furlongs. So if you're looking for a loose speed horse, Chavi and Chow has been bringing in some good long shots. So I think that is a great long shot for me. So that's why I took 5, 6, and 7. Carrying on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Looks like a great race in here, Stretch. Who do you like?
Yeah, so just got word. Look at that. We're going to get
I just seen that too. A late scratch here in the 5th. Scratch the 1, Thrill of the Night. A late scratch in race number 5. Once again, the 1, Thrill of the Night.
Yes, and you're just going to throw it to me right away.
Yeah, there you go, Stretch. Well, you didn't have it in your pick, so
I
you're
didn't.
okay.
I didn't have it, but it changes the race. So I am
a little bit.
A little bit. It changes it a little bit in here, but I'll start with the selections. Be ready to adjust as we go. I've got a couple invaders in here. I've got a couple horses moving up in class and one moving down, and the one moving down is the one that I like in here. We saw yesterday that the running style, and mentioned it earlier, that doesn't matter as much when you're a little bit classier. I think the same thing goes in here. Originally, I thought there might be a bigger duel between the 1 and the 2. 1 just got scratched, but now this puts the 4 even closer and maybe just end up on the lead. But the 2 back was such a good race, and then a bit of regression on the last one, but that's okay. Maybe it kind of bounced after that top effort. I think you're going to see a nice top effort here, and if it does run back to even the last race, puts the horse right close for sure. And then the second one, I'll go to the 2, which definitely is, Kirt might even consider a little bit more with this. The horse is a very game horse. I also like that the horse doesn't have to be on the lead. We've seen on the lead or just far back. With that scratch, that might change the running style a little bit and may just go right to the lead. And then out of the 2 invaders, I went to the 6, basically because this one comes off the pace, and that's why actually I've given them out. They've got 4, 2, 5, but I'm still going to go to the 6 if Beth can make the change, and because I think potentially that the 5 might get caught up in the mix with the 2 or even the 4, and if those 3 battle it out, 6 comes late. Maybe the figures aren't there, but just the running style basically says that the 6 can be right there. So thanks, Beth. 4, 2, 6.
Yeah, I'm with you on number 4, Interesting Times. That race 2 outs ago wins this race handily. Last time out, it wasn't a great effort, but the horses it ran against were top-notch, and this is a big drop from the second level allowance to the first level allowance, as Stretch touched on at the beginning of the show. Absolutely massive is this drop. So Interesting Times, if it runs back to that race 2 outs ago, and with the scratch of Thrill of the Night, a little less speed to go up against, it might just be him or her and just a tap in showing speed and drawing that post position number 3 now with the scratch. That is advantageous. So that is my top selection. I like number 6. That's a lot of bling. A really good second place finish last time out, or second to last. The last time reared at the break, was 23 lengths behind, and then rallied to be beaten by 10. I like that the horse tried after being back so far. So this is a horse. We've seen Jerry Gorno bring in some new ones, and they're pretty good shooters, kind of like Rag-a-Tag Tag, who beat French Rose in the second level allowance sprinting last night and did it easily by over 5 lengths. So that's why I like That's a Lot of Bling. And I threw in number 5, Sea of Life, another horse coming from Sam Houston. This is a horse that was running for 10 on 2 restricted, but then won in the Gorno barn. Well, Amanda Barton, but Henry Witt in the 25 non-2 lifer, and that was on the stretch out. This horse does have a good kick from off the pace. So I think this is a little wide open, but I'm taking 4, 6, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 1 mile. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, we've gone in different directions in here, but that's okay. Very tough to have any confidence.
But look at our second place finisher.
Of course, neither one of us going to fall.
A horse that we're mad at.
Correct.
Has eaten away a lot of money, at least enough for, maybe a Toyota Tercel or something. One of the old ones, of course.
Of course. Completely agree with you, and that's what I'm going to talk about. You can't have any confidence with any here, so I had to search. As Kirt said, there was no way I was putting the 7 on top in here and get beat up again. So I'm going to go into the Peb, and kind of the angle is we saw Mayabella yesterday that didn't show speed, was a little bit flat. Drop from the allowance to the claiming. This is the same angle. And basically dropped and popped, as some of the announcers like to call it, going to the winner's circle from there. I think the same thing could happen. I've also been waiting for Peb to go 2 turns, and I'm finally getting Peb going 2 turns, and I think that might be enough, because my second selection is probably going to fall out of the gate and make a late run and just get beat at second after another good trip, because a horse has talent. just likes to find ways to run second or third. So don't get in the trap, but 7's a second. And I'll go with the 1. 1 is a great type of horse to run evenly. He is one of the most evenly type horses out here. Don't get confused on that last race. It looks like he closed a lot. He passed a lot of tiring horses. The speed basically backed up. The horse that won the race is a closer. Now, if the other horses back up, then certainly the 1 can be there. But, like I said, there's nothing wrong with Ben Roy. He picks up checks, but it's kind of deceiving on those lines. So 3-7-1.
Yeah, I like the second and third place finishers like you do, and for the same reasons, Ben Roy and Taking the Night Train. But I put number 4, Brocode, on top. I really liked that race 2 outs ago when it went around 2 turns and ran a really game second to Runaway Hurricane. Then came back in the maiden race going short. Steely Caper went to the front. Brocode just stalked and then absolutely blew on by and won rather easily by 4 lengths. Jerry Gorno on a roll, and the horse is stretching out and already showed that it can run the distance in a stalking roll. I think T-Class and Anchor Up are the speed of the race, but I just like that he's going to sit close and have the first shot at those horses. We're Taking the Night Train and Ben Roy and Peb will probably be near the back of the field making the late rally. So I took Brocode on top with Taking the Night Train for second and Ben Roy to round out my top 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Stretch looks wide open to me.
Correct, and nothing like closing out the pick 4 and pick 5 sequence on a non-winners of the year going 7.5, but that's okay. Makes it that much more fun to close out the night. I've landed on the 8. We're dropping from... it looks like it's not really a drop, but it absolutely is a drop. If you look at the horses in there, Soul Obsession's been running better. Wits Coco can run. Tis Funny absolutely doesn't belong in that level. And so that's a sneaky drop in here, and that's why I like this horse so much. If you look way back, it might not be in the program, but it's in the DRF past performance. Can the horse go a distance? Absolutely. It was at ARP, which would be a rapid hoe in Colorado, so to build up the lungs going long. Showed speed and almost hung on going the 7 furlongs. So it certainly doesn't need the lead, but might end up on the lead, and that for me makes the horse very tough to beat. Then the next one is the 6, who I do like. Didn't mind him last time. Going the 2 turns. Doesn't have any on the form there, but I think the horse can handle it. Still in the waiver claiming. So remember, this horse was in for $5,000 last year. Still gets this one more start. I definitely expect improvement, and if the pace backs up. And then the last one, the 5-horse Kirt's top pick. Good first race, not so good the last one. This horse is better going long, so it's 8, 6, and 5.
Yeah, that's why I like Barley Boy. First time out, great race against Big Tony, who ended up putting 3 good wins together. Last time out, All for Truth was just much the best, but that was 35 non-winners or 4 life. And the time before, 5 non-3. These horses that are dropping into 25 non-winners of the year are doing very well. And Mike Taphorn having a great meet so far. And with the extra added distance here, I think Barley Boy will have a big shot at the win. I also like the 1-horse Jenna's Gunrunner. This is a horse that at the 5 non-4 level ran 5th both times, but it dropped in the middle into the non-winners of the year and lost to Michael Mundu and Soul Obsession. Those 2 ran around the racetrack together, and Jenna's Gunrunner showed good late run. I think this horse can go around 2 turns. Ran a good one at Fauner Park, going 1 mile and 70 yards, so 7.5. And the draw, post position number 1, shouldn't be a problem at all. And a little bit, another horse, My Father's Eyes, same reasons as Stretch. Under the waiver, much better than the 25 non-winners of the year. The distance, little bit of a question mark. Didn't do great the one time it did go 7 furlongs. Was third beaten 2 in there, but I'll have to show a little more than last time. And my long shot in here to throw in number 7, and Nair, just adding one. The old guy, I think today might be the day. I picked him out a few times before, Stretch. And if this is going to be the day, it just might like the racetrack being an 11-year-old. But good luck with all your wagers this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just the lone overweight, and it's on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2. There are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. That carryover just under $350,000 and just the lone overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. And again, just an overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, scratch number 1, Thrill of the Night. That's race number 5, the late scratch that we just received less than 20 minutes ago. That's number 1, Thrill of the Night. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 2, T-Class will run on lay 6. That's race number 6. Number 2, T-Class will run on lay 6. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. There are no changes, and the jackpot high 5 carryover just over $16,600. Well, it's an overcast day here in Winnipeg. Look at that, Stretch. I'm blowing you away.
You are.
Hey, you get out of here, Stretch. I don't like how I'm dripping, though. Under rain showers, the temperature, 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I love you guys in these graphics, by the way. It is a sloppy racetrack for today's 7-race card racing, and we're going to kick it off right now in race number 1 that goes to post in 21 minutes. And welcome down on the paddock for race number one. We have a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlong stretch, wide open as you see on the board.
Yeah, the public agrees with me and yourself, and kind of I've no strong opinions in here. I think the play that my top selection, I think is going to be in the money, or at least a place, just no matter how the race goes. But I'll land on Barbie's Quest. The key here is I like that this horse is pretty good going the 2 turns. 3 out of 4 for 4, first or second, and always kind of closing late. And I think that's the key to this horse. Had a nice close last time, but now gets that extra distance where some of them aren't great going the distance, and a few haven't been the distance. So it's a bit of a question mark in here. But remember, these horses run against each other, and it depends who gets the trip. The figures are not through the roof. So, yes, top selection, but it's a lukewarm top selection. So that's my top one. And Kirt?
Yeah, I went to number 4, Valente. It looks like the speed of the speed in here, and with it being the sloppy going early, I think they'll just skip along it in some pretty good fractions, and Valente has had company every time. I think the horse might be able to shake loose today, is better going around 2 turns than it is sprinting, so I just think she might get loose on him, and you're getting 5-1 right now. I think that's a pretty good price.
Yeah, like I said, I was impressed both races, hence it's the second selection. If the both races, and normally hadn't seen that, and I thought, okay, we're improving, the horse is improving, and sure, it's 7 years old, but maybe the trainer has figured something out. Tom is a solid trainer, so
Most definitely
that would make sense. I went to the 5 just because this horse
has taken our money every
well,
time.
has taken our money, and I kind of against the 2 because the 2 doesn't like the distance very much, based on the past performances. I just think this horse's run a couple races ago was pretty good. Had trouble last time, 2 outs ago. Wasn't great last time, but they're going to try something going longer. I'm searching. Like I said, this is not an easy race. My top selection is a 3 at even money. I would not take even money. It's a puzzling opening race for me.
Yeah, for sure. Another horse like number 2, My Trudy, already won this condition last time out, getting up to win by 3/4 of a length over Barbie's Quest. But My Trudy has had problems going the route of ground, as it just hasn't been able to get there. Yes, it was against some tough ones, boys and open allowance, and that was a tough open allowance in the Manitoba breds, the older horses. But My Trudy is a little bit of a different horse this year, though. Ran a good second first time out, losing to Crown Royal, and Crown Royal did come back to win after that, and last time out showed that she does belong, as she got up to win by 3/4 of a length. So My Trudy, I'm thinking her best race, definitely good enough in here, and that's why you're getting 7-2. I expect those odds to go down a little.
For sure, and the unknown horse here is the one just for Charlotte. Hasn't been the around the 2 turns yet. Has run a couple better races for sure. Seems to, that this horse will not be on the lead, or you wouldn't think the horse is going to be on the lead. It's going to have to be relatively close, though, because it's not a big kick type horse, but shows some improvement. Certainly can be there. The price is 5-1, even with your other 4, the 4 horse at 6-1. That's kind of the odds expected. You can go in any direction at these races.
Yeah, and just for Charlotte is a non-2 lifer, going against these horses that have won multiple races. For example, Valente, who's won 5, but she did go against them last time out. So she does fit in here, as her last 2 starts were both third-place efforts. Well, me and Stretch really didn't give you a lot in here, as it is wide open, but we'll go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
So you took a stand.
Hey, I got the winner in the first leg.
You took a stand. Yeah, you have to understand, we're trying to help you out every race with some information, and some there's just tricky. $2 exacta box, 3, 4, 5. That's $12. Would almost make it a $1 one for $6, 3, 4, and 5 bucks.
And myself, I went after the pick 3. I'm taking all in this leg because it is wide open. Then I'm taking the 4 and the 5 and rounding it out with the 2 and the 3, a $1 ticket, $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is My Trudy, owned and trained by Fred Rawson, Chavi and Chow aboard. Number 3 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 4 is Valente, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the opener is number 5, Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickanis. Post time for race number 1 over the sloppy racetrack. They'll go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, kicking off the Tuesday card. Rainy Winnipeg. The fillies are going 7.5 furlongs. That's 2 turns. Wide open race. My top selection is the favorite at 9-5. I think this horse is the safe play in here. I think she's going to come just off the pace behind a potential battle maybe between the 4 and the 5. But if somebody gets loose in this slop, you just never know. They may go gate to wire. That could be the 4. And then the 5 might be chased. They might run around the track together. So I'm going to give you a 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 4, Valente. I think this horse is the speed. She showed speed in her last 2, but she was battling every step of the way and ended up backing up because of it. But 2 outs ago, that was a great second place effort. I'm thinking she's on the front end in here, and usually on the sloppy track, the speed does carry. So that's why I got the 4 on top with number 3, Barbie's Quest. coming off a big second last time. Good luck here in race 1.
It's post time.
Just for Charlotte, the first to enter the starting gate. Next up, True Kate, or My Trudy. My Trudy goes in. From the middle, the 8-5 and now 9-5 favorite, Barbie's Quest. Just 2 left to load. Valente with outrider Antonio Whitehall. Once Valente is in, he'll climb back aboard. Now just waiting on Sizzlin' Susie to the outside. She's now in. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Sizzlin' Susie cruising to an early lead as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Back in second on the inside, just for Charlotte. Valente trying to move up a little closer. Going the 3 wide bid, My Trudy. And Barbie's Quest 4 wide now, moving into third. Tightly bunched as they go the opening quarter in a rather sluggish 26 seconds. Still with the lead, Sizzlin' Susie. Back to second, Valente, just for Charlotte. Moving up on the rail, going 3 wide, Barbie's Quest. And My Trudy, 4 wide in the second wave, the half 51 seconds. And Sizzlin' Susie still nursing that lead by 2.5. On the outside, Barbie's Quest trying to move up and engage Sizzlin' Susie, but still has 3 lengths to make up. Just for Charlotte on the rail. Then My Trudy and the trailer Valente. They hit the head of the lane, and Sizzlin' Susie has made every pull a winning one and is up by 5. Barbie's Quest trying to eat into that lead, but it's not happening today because Sizzlin' Susie to the front and to the winner's circle, gonna win by 2.5. Second best is Barbie's Quest. Third goes to Just for Charlotte, and fourth to My Trudy. The Stewart's pulls to number 5, Sizzlin' Susie as the race winner. Second goes to number 3, Barbie's Quest. Third to number 1, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to number 2, My Trudy. They went the opening quarter 26 seconds. The half 51 seconds. 6 furlongs, 117 and 2. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 137 and 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Sizzlin' Susie. Sizzlin' Susie is a bay mare 5 years old by True Sense, out of the Mare Regale by Sofapiano, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 137 and 4. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. And as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either Joker, and you're automatically getting $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation, also at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Well stretched, Sizzle and Susie hit the front end and didn't look back. Jerry Gorno, Sheldon Chickness, they had 2 wins last night. Jerry had 3 altogether, and they get him in the opener.
Yeah, it was a smart ride by Sheldon, just recognizing there was no pure speed in that race. And we talked about Valentine can show speed, but hadn't until this year. And Sheldon kind of took a chance, got the lead, and that's the type of race that this level wins. Somebody gets on front, gets brave. Nobody's got a big kick. 3 ran a nice race for second, was wide, and got up for second. But the same
kind of race it always runs.
Correct.
Non-threatening, but good enough to be right in there.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, race 2. Again, I like a horse in here. Last race, we were kind of all over the place in there. Not sure how the race was going to go. I have a feeling here of how the race potentially can go. Again, going 7 furlongs, 2 turns. I've landed on the 4 Canadian Secret. I like this horse last time. When I watched the race, the horse was just too far back and couldn't possibly close. Stone Cafe, I'm surprised. That horse just seems like a better horse. It seems to be a little higher quality and to be in for non-3. And then Diddley we've seen run well. And then if you use your rule 3 back against maybe Sometime in Goldeneye, that's a huge, huge race. This horse, as you mentioned on ASD Live, and I completely agree, is better 2 turns going. And so I think this horse is going to sit just back, make a run late. If somebody gets loose, then maybe not be able to get there. But for me, it's a strong play. I like the price. 5-2 for me is more than fair.
Yeah, I expect the 1 and 5 both to show speed in here, but I think the 5 Obstructed View is just a little bit quicker. Comes out of a 6 furlong race against Big Time Gizmo, who was the big time favorite in there that day, and Pucker was the big speed. Stone Cafe ended up running 3rd, but we seen Stone Cafe came back to win its very next start. Obstructed View ran some big races at Turf Paradise in the 10 non-3 and the 35 non-3, showing speed in all those races, but then tiring late. Those were going a mile, though, and this is only going 7 furlongs, so I'm expecting Neville Stevenson to ship right out to the front and play Catch Me If You Can, and that's why I put him in second behind Canadian Secret.
Yeah, and that's fair. I went to the 1 as the speed horse for my second selection. I really liked the race 2 back, got the lead, and just didn't look back. Last time was outside chasing the whole time around. 3 back.
That was even a good race against Big Time Gizmo.
Agree, and that's how it kind of got the second, because I agree, you look at the Turf Paradise races, both of them based there and both like to show speed. It's potential that Ali decides to sit just back and let the 5 go and maybe just try to make a run late. And so that horse, I think the 1 is a little more versatile to running style, so could get there if the 4 is too far back, but we see the race the same way.
Yeah, another horse taking money right now, number 2, Captain John. Back-to-back double digits defeats, running last in both of those, but Captain John definitely isn't a sprinter. Gets to go around 2 turns for the first time this year. And if you look at last year, the horse was 5 for 9 in the money. And the one time you do see the 6 furlong race, ran near the back of the pack, second last, but then came back with a win, going a mile in a stalking form. And that's kind of what you want here. If the 1 and 5 go battle it out, Captain John just might be sitting in the absolute perfect position to get the job done. And 7-2, a little bit low off those last couple races, but definitely a horse that, if it brings its A game, can win it.
Yes, and you've seen, people that know this track a little bit, you know Captain John from last year, closing late. And then the last one is the 3 horse. That's the other closer, has one going around 2 turns. Needs to step it up to get a better figures to beat this field, but the horses can win in bunches, especially if they like the track, and we'll have to see if the horse takes to the off track.
Yeah, and with Jerry Gorno, winning everything lately. Take a look at this one, and that's why right now it's co-favorite at 2-1. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, I'm playing a little bit of a Kirt play. I think 1 or 4 are the horses that could win it. And then 1, 3, or 4 with 1, 3, or 4. I'm not boxing them. It's a wheel. So it's $20.
All right, myself, simple. 20 to win on 4, Canadian Secret. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Give a Little, owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Captain John, owned by Lynette Mendez, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Heroes on Easter, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Canadian Secret, owned by Alex Morse, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 5, Obstructed View, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 2 in 4 minutes. And this, the second race, is the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, and that horse is number 4, Canadian Secret. That's number 4, Canadian Secret, the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
right? We had the girls going around 2 turns. Now we have the boys going 7 furlongs. I like a horse in here. Happens to be the lukewarm favorite, and that's the 4 Canadian Secret. I think this horse is going to get a nice garden spot behind potentially an early pace battle between the 1 and the 5. If that happens, watch out. He should be coming late. He needs this extra distance to help him out. Just in case somebody gets loose, that could be the one at 5-2. Running really well the last few races. Just like the first, could go gate to wire, so I'll give you a 4-1-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 4 Canadian Secret. If that pace battle does emerge, this horse is absolutely begging for distance. Ran against 2 really tough ones going short. Now gets the distance it absolutely loves. But my long shot, the longest shot on the board, number 5, Obstructed View. I think this horse could be the speed of the speed. We see the speed do well in race number 1. Could be a repeat effort. So I like 4 and 5. Here's race number 2. Give a Little, the first to go in. Next up, Captain John. He arose on Easter. Goes in the middle. 2 left to load. 6-5 favorite. Canadian Secret. Now just waiting on Obstructed View to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Give a Little. Shows some early speed, and on the far outside, Obstructed View is going up to grab a piece. That settled back in behind. Captain John in third, hugging the rail. He arose on Easter, and Canadian Secret is the early trailer. Give a Little has a comfortable lead through a rather quick opening quarter in 24 seconds. To the outside, Obstructed View. He arose on Easter. Settled nicely in third. Canadian Secret has moved up in fourth. And back in last, Captain John has about 10 to make up. But it's still Give a Little with that lead. Canadian Secret eating up ground. The half 49-1. He arose on Easter on the inside, has more to offer. Obstructed View back to fourth, and Captain John far back. Give a Little has a little more in the tank as they hit the head of the lane and has a lead by a length and a half. To the inside, he arose on Easter. Canadian Secret has to do more. 3/4, 15-1. Give a Little, a 16th of a mile to go. And Give a Little is going to hang on and win it. Second, he arose on Easter. Third is going to go to Canadian Secret. And fourth to Obstructed View. The Stewards are posted number 1, Give a Little, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, He Arose on Easter. Third to number 4, Canadian Secret. And fourth to number 5, Obstructed View. They went the opening quarter, 24 seconds. The half, 49-1. 6 furlongs, 115-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 1, Give a Little. Give a Little is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old by Top Hit. Out of the mare, she's in maintenance by Rocky Bar. Owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. There is a couple of changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turn your programs to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Thrill of the Night. That's race number 5. Scratch the 1, Thrill of the Night. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 2, T-Class, will run on lay 6. That's race number 6. Number 2, T-Class, will run on lay 6. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Here in race number 3, they go to post in 18 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which is currently just under $350,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 4, Canadian Secret. Claim by Elton Dickey and Tom Payne. Trainer, Elton Dickey. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We have a $1,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2 stretch. Give a little, took advantage of the inside. The 5 broke a little slow. No pace battle, wire to wire again.
Yes, smart ride by Ronald Alley there on the sense of recognizing, let's go. And as you called in the race, it was going a little quicker, but that's okay. And like you said, the 5 was caught out wide, and because the 2 went quick, then kind of got a bit of a relaxing and let the horses come to him, and that was it. We knew, we mentioned that 2 back on the 1, gets very brave when gets the lead, and it showed there. Worked out well. Using your strategy of the trifecta in that last race, that the bet that was for the $20 got you just short of $100 on a 5-horse field on the try. So don't forget those. How times have changed. From yesterday, I struggled to get a show bet, and I go back to back. Maybe it's because of the rainbow out front. There's a rainbow out around the track. So pot of gold, maybe. I don't know.
Really?
That's what I'm going
pot
with.
Of gold.
Pot
okay,
of gold.
That's what you're going with?
Yep.
All right. Okay, what do you like in race number 3? I'll just sit back and listen to you.
Sure, sounds good. Let's continue on. You know what's coming with the horse racing. What's going? So maybe fade stretches picks. Anyway, I'll go to the 3. I think there's a battle up front. But remember, we talked in ASD Live Speed. We didn't know what the track was playing. Now, this is only going 5 furlongs. So,
and the last 2 did go wire to wire, but that was going around 2 turns, separate ball game when they sprint.
Completely. So we'll have to see. I think there's a potential pace battle. The 3 horses dropping from 5,000 into the bottom level has not been running that bad in those races at a higher level. It's just not up to that level. And so good move on the trainer to say, you know what, we've got to drop this horse and try to find a spot for her to win. And I think if she can sit closer, doesn't get too far back, could run down the match race up front between at least the 2 and the 4 and maybe even the 6.
Yeah, I expect all of them to go out there and do some battling. I also like Zig in here. But number 2, Skyview, ran a really good race last time out. Yes, truly and terrific. Did get in some trouble early on the backside, but Skyview opened up and looked like it was cruising to victory. And then Landry Kyle showed some good life late to just go on by and win by a head. Skyview is the inside of the speed, and we've seen inside of the speed do very well over the course of the first 20 race days here. So Skyview, also a big shot, and that's why the 2 and 3 are deadlocked at 2-1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought the last time was such a good race. Let's talk about the 4. You might want to watch the replay on that. There was a bit of checking going on. Carino didn't know what to do, whether to go or sit back, and Truly and Terrific didn't break as sharp as she can sometimes, and that kind of cost her. She's has to be close to the pace. She doesn't have a big closing kick. She's cutting back at distance. She's won 6 of 19 at the distance, 11 of 19 first or second. So last time she was the big favorite at 80 cents on the dollar. She's probably not going to be the favorite in here. So if you bet her last time and you thought there was an excuse, you might want to go back to her.
Yeah, and going back to the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn, he was the one that got the win first time out and ran a good race in the 25 non-winners of the year. Second time out, another horse to look at, number 6, Purple Scooter, coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn. And Purple Scooter showed speed last time out on the outside and then faded, but only got beat by 4 1/4 lengths. Maybe just needed a trip over the racetrack. I expect this horse to run a little bit better today, but that might be just good enough to win as the Gorno barn absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I always like to not throw out a horse just after one start at our local track, and that's what the 6 is. Similar to the 5, only had one start this year, and so wasn't a very good effort. You're going to get rewarded if the horse comes in, and it doesn't show much, but it's the bottom level. These horses are inconsistent, so you never know what potentially could happen.
Yeah, they definitely take turns. Take a look at number 5, Ellie Bear. This horse came and ran only one race, and it was in the non-winners of the year against Truly and Terrific. Broke last in the field and ended up second last in the end. This one hasn't shown any really good speed in any of its start. Has showed some closing power. Not totally out of the question for this horse, but I think it needs more distance than the 5 furlongs.
Yeah, and that's more than fair on that. At least it's the right running style, though. If 2, 4, and 6 battle it out, there's not many others left. So who knows? Maybe could complete it there. And then the last one is Miss Tizzy Fit. Hasn't shown anything this year just yet. Was on the fringes a bit last year. Again, if you're a long shot player, maybe, but it'd be hard to figure. This would be a shock to me.
Yeah, those double-digit defeats, third start off the layoff is the charm, but I just think it has to show a lot more just to hit the top 3. All right, let's go to our wagers. There's going to be over $400,000 up for grabs in the jackpot pick 5. Stretch, I went after it today, and it looks like you bet a good ticket too.
I spent a little bit, yeah. You found a little extra cash around. You borrowed some money from your wife.
Oh
again.
yeah, I went in the wife's purse. Now she knows. Thanks, but yeah, I definitely did. I stepped it up.
Stepped it up. Hey, why not? Just if anybody's unsure of how the pick 5 works, if you're the only winning ticket, you're gonna, as Kirt mentioned, win over $400,000. The payouts have still been really good if there's multiple winners. So if you win it today, don't expect the $400,000 unless there's some long shots. So worth the risk to take a shot, and that's what I've done for 20 cents, spending $43.20. 2, 3, and 4 in this first leg. Then the 2, 4, 5, and 6, a little different than Kirt. Then just the 2 and 4 in the 5th. 1, 3, and 7 in the 6th, and 5, 6, and 8 in the last. I couldn't find a key. It's not my favorite ticket of so far posted, but I think I can maybe cash it and maybe not the pool, but still pay out pretty well.
Yeah, I couldn't find a key. I took 2 and 3 in here, then 3, 5, 6, 7, then 3, 4, 5, 6 in race 6, 1, 3, 4, 7. Rounded out in race 7 with 1, 5, 7. My ticket cost $76.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,000. Number 1 is Miss Tizzy Fit, owned and trained by Dale Zawiesliak, Arthur Badu aboard. Number 2 is Skyview, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Arlandino with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Zig, owned by Too Old to Dance stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Truly and Terrific, owned and trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Ellie Bear, owned by Too Old to Dance stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Purple Scooter, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race number 3. They go to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. This is a sprint around one turn, only 5 furlongs for the girls. It's bottom level, so there is some inconsistency. I'm against the favorite in here because I think the 2-horse mare has too much speed to battle. The horse I'm sitting on is the 3, going to get a garden spot behind the pace battle between 2, 4, and 6 and try to get them in the stretch late. If somebody gets away, I think it could be the 2-horse Skyview. Ran too good to lose last time, so I'm going to give you a 3-2-4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with the 3 Zig also. Horses have been dropping out of the 5,000 non-4 lifer into the 25 non-winners of the year and being very successful. This one most recently 5,000 wide open. There is speed with the 2, 4, and 6, so it should sit right behind. And the 2 almost won last time going short, so I like them both, 3 and 2. Good luck here in race 3. post time. Tizzy Fit, the first to go in. Next up, the 3-2 favorite Skyview locks in. Zig will be next. Truly and Terrific's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Ellie Bear. And just waiting on Purple Scooter to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, that's Purple Scooter, showing real good speed in between horses, Truly and Terrific. Settled back in third, Skyview, trying to make up a little ground. Then another 3 lengths back to Zig. 3 more to Ellie Bear and Miss Tizzy Fit. The early trailer, the opening quarter, a sizzler, 22-3. Purple Scooter with the lead. Coming up on her outside, Truly and Terrific. Then it's Skyview and Zig trying to show some run. About 5 lengths off it, they hit the head of the lane. Going on by, Truly and Terrific, Purple Scooter. Trying to dig in, but to no avail. This is Truly and Terrific at the 16th pole. And that's going to be the winner. Truly and Terrific. Second's going to go to Purple Scooter. Third's going to go to Zig, and 4th to Ellie Bear. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Truly and Terrific, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Purple Scooter. Third to number 3, Zig. And 4th to number 5, Ellie Bear. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 46-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. And just outside the winner's enclosure is the official winner here in race number 3. That's number 4, Truly and Terrific. Truly and Terrific is a bay mare, 7 years old, by True Scent, out of the Mare Neighborhood House by Song and a Prayer. Owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Number 4, Truly and Terrific, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Ken Pollock. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Sheldon Chickeness, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. But we'll give you the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 1, Thrill of the Night. That's race number 5, scratch the 1, Thrill of the Night. Now turning your programs to race number 6, number 2, T-Class, Will Run on Lasix. That's race number 6, number 2, T-Class, Will Run on Lasix. And there's no changes in race number 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts here in race number 4. Goes to post in 21 minutes. Assiniboia Downs is pleased to announce that the month of August, Mondays are Family Fun Days. Beginning on Manitoba Derby Day, each Monday evening from 6:30 to 9:30, kids can enjoy free bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. Once again, that's the month of August, where every Monday is Family Fun Day. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4 for this $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3 stretch. Truly and terrific. Back in the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn, and he gets another win out of her.
Yeah, look at that. Some trainers just know the horses and kind of the tricks to it. And also full credit to the jockey,
Sheldon
Chickness. Recognized the 6 broke like a bullet out of there. That is like, wow. And I didn't think that horse had that much speed that would clear the other 2. But then Sheldon just sat behind and kind of inherited the win because the 6 went so fast. Take notes, if you're handicapping and watching replays, something to note on the 2 horse. That horse is kind of a need the lead type. So that's what happens. They don't get the lead. They get mud in their face, and then they kind of quit. They're good bets later on when there's less speed. So just because a horse didn't run that well, you're going to get a price next time. And then the 3 horse that we both liked was just a little too far back, and that was a bit of our concern of only going 5 furlongs.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but speed so far dominating in the first 3 races. On to race number 4 stretch. We both have a deep closer.
Yes, so we talked about making adjustments, so I'm a little concerned on this. I'm going to expect a price. We're getting 6-1. Maybe everybody else is caught on. This horse last time was just way too far back, and if that's the case, she's probably not gonna get there. We don't mind the races at Century Mile. That's CTM. That's 2 turns there, and even at ASD 7 furlongs again, 2 turns. That's where I like this horse. I like the gallop out last time. It was just too far back, so it's got to be close enough to make that run. We're going to need the speed to back up a little bit. If it does, shot. If obviously somebody gets loose, we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This horse came like a freight train down the lane. There is an equipment change, tongue tie off, that was in the program. And I like Good to Me off that last race. I also like number 6, River Deputy, currently the favorite at 2-1 and deserves to be in this condition, back-to-back seconds to 2 horses that did go wire to wire, Know What I Mean, and Cabo Dorado, and fended off Good to Me last time out. Who was making that good rally? This horse going around 2 turns. Not a lot of success so far, but the horse is running well and coming out of the hot barn.
Yeah, for sure. We talked about how this horse kind of runs evenly. If it's a speed holding, it's going to be up against it. My long shot here is the 2 horse, the speed. I'm hoping this horse can get the lead. Drops from the 5,000 non-4. Don't worry about that. And showed some speed, chasing a few speed balls in there. And so if potentially gets loose, kind of like the first 2 races, if somebody else doesn't go, watch out. He's one of those horses that's potentially first or out of the money if they get in the duel. So you may not a show bet, maybe $2 to win or something, but wide open. I'm a little surprised at 9-5. It's the 6 horse, a little low for me.
Yeah, me too. Another speed horse that could clear in here, number 7, Wits Gatto. Didn't show speed in the last 2, going 5.5. But going back to last year and the previous year to that, this horse does have some good speed. Draws an outside post position in here. Not the best place you want to be going 7 furlongs as that turn comes quick. But if you can clear, then it's going to be really valuable as our first 2 stretch out races. We're both wire to wire, so Wits Gatto definitely a shot. Wit 9 taking a lot of money on the rail stretch after running dead last.
Yeah, well, remember, it's only had 1 start this year. It has a workout coming in, 3, make that 3 workouts. Raced well at Century Mile, kind of going the 2 turns. If there's a duel again, maybe that's the closer. Needs the trip, but it makes sense. The other closer is the 3 horse at 6-1. Again, on the fringes, I like the other closers a little bit better. But again, if there's a battle up front, she could be in the mix.
Yeah, well, Fox Appeal running for 5,000 wide open. Cabo Dorado's won a couple. Landry Kyle won the other day. So that was a good race that Wit 9 did come out of and likes the distance. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 4. Pick 4 times stretch. What do you have?
Well, bold statement in the first. I took everybody but a couple of them, so as long as I didn't only take one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wide open. I do like 2 and 4. I like your key, almost keyed there. With 1, 3, 7 in the 6, 6 and 8 in the last. It's $60, maybe a little higher. Get a group together, go for it. The other day, we had a nice one. It paid $476. So let's get back on track.
All right, now I spent $48. I took 5, 6, and 7 in here. I keyed the 4 in race 5. Then I took 1, 3, 4, 7 and ended off with 1, 5, 6, 7. And once again, $48. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Wit 9, owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Back in That Action, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Button Mushroom, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Good to Me, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 6 is River Deputy, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Running out the field is number 7, Wits Gatto, owned and trained by Doug Mustard. Shavin Chow aboard. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Here in race number 4, they'll go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. The girls going 7 furlongs, 2 turns, wide open race. As you can see the betting board, many different ways to go. I've landed on the 5 as my top selection, getting 3 to 1. I think that's fair value. Horse made a really good close last time, and I think the better distance is the going around the 2 turns. If there is a battle up front, the horse sits a little bit closer, get up there. Others to consider: 6, same kind of running style. My long shot here, which happens to be the long shot with the value at 16 to 1. If this horse gets the lead, watch out. If not, you might see her at the back. 5, 6, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 5 horse in here because last time out, she came barreling down the lane, and just to lose the photo to number 6, River Deputy. Now she gets her preferred distance, and she doesn't have to sit that far behind. She showed that she can just be a stalker, so she's on top with River Deputy, and I think the other speed is the 7, Witzgato. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
With 9, the first to go in. Next up, Tough Enough to Start. Back in that action, ready to go in. Button Mushroom's turn. Good to me. Steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. River Deputy. And just waiting on Witzgato to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, back in that action, showing good early speed and grabs the early lead. Tough Enough to Start, puts on the pressure in between horses. 3 wide, River Deputy And 4 wide is going to be Witzgato. Wit 9 watching that action on the rail in 5th. 4 more lengths back. That's going to be Button Mushroom and Good to Me, the early trailer. A spirited opening quarter in 24 and 3. And back in that action. Nursed on the lead by a length. Tough enough to start the main danger on the outside. River Deputy patiently waiting in 3rd. Wit 9 moving up the rail in 4th. Witzgato back to 5th. And then a gap of 7 lengths back to Good to Me and Button Mushroom. 49 and 1/2 mile. And still the leader back in that action now. River Deputy looks back in that action in the eye. Wit 9 moving to the outside in 3rd. And from last, Good to Me with big strides 4 wide. But it's River Deputy with that advantage. Wit 9 is going to make it close at the wire. But River Deputy is going to hang on and get the win. Wit 9 is second best. 3rd to back in that action. And 4th, Good to Me. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24 and 3, the half 49 and 1, 6 furlongs 114 and 4. Time for the 7 furlongs 129. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a rider's objection here in race number 4. Results of the photo show number 6, River Deputy, a race winner. 2nd goes to number 1, Wit 9. 3rd to number 3, back in that action. And 4th to number 5, Good to Me. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 4, that's number 6, River Deputy. River Deputy is a dark bear brown mare, 7 years old, by Super Saver. Out of the mare Janzi by Silver Deputy. Owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 129. And we have that rider's objection for you here in race number 4. Ronald Alley, aboard number 1, Wit 9, has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 6, River Deputy, and jockey Antonio Whitehall. Rider's objection, 1 on 6. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 6-1-3-5 will become official. And with that being official, congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 1, Thrill of the Night. Once again in this, the 5th race, scratch number 1, Thrill of the Night. Time for race number 5, 17 minutes away. And be sure... Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitor is the objection tape from race number 4. Pay special attention to the horse in second in black. That was number 6, River Deputy, and the 1 in third on the rail. That's Wit 9. The objection was 1 on 6. And it was about this point for the objection. Roll it back one more time. Once again, in second on the outside is River Deputy in black. The 1 in red, third on the rail, moving to the outside. And after reviewing the films, the steward's decision was no change was warranted. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,500 was your race winner, number 6, River Deputy. Claim by A2 Thoroughbreds. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, thrill of the night. Quick look back at race number 4, stretch, River Deputy, getting the job done, fending off Wit 9.
Yeah, we talked about River Deputy kind of runs evenly, and that's what she did. Notice how the 3 hung around and the 1 wasn't very far out of it. 5 was too far back, and Button was too far back, and so there might be a little bit of a trend saying you've got to be near the lead. Like, I don't think there's anybody.
2 of them on the front end and 2 stalkers getting the job done. So we'll see if that does change. All right, here's race number 5. Who do you got?
Okay, this was the one we got the good old late scratch as we're getting to the race. It was Mitch throwing that up for Adam. I'm sorry, putting that up for us.
Yeah, that was about 20 after 7.
Yeah. So anyway, we're ready. So if you pre-handicap, make sure you re-handicap it here because the 1 did have a bunch of speed. I've landed on interesting times. We've seen these type of horses win the last week or so, dropping from an allowance to a lower level allowance, running some good ones. This French Rose, she's an awesome filly, won 2 in a row. She didn't win the other day,
But she ran a good second.
she did run a very good second. Top-notch filly, and this horse was within 2 lengths of her, 2 back. Maybe a little didn't run as well the next out, but just based on pure figures, this horse belongs. It's a nice spot. The trainer gets this horse in a nice spot, and Chady will know where to put this horse. On or near the lead, I think. That with Thrill of the Night, I guess it changes it. I don't think this horse can sit back because somebody could get loose.
Yeah, well, last time Melisandre had big speed on the inside. French Rose was one of 3 horses. Interesting times, kind of took back behind, and that didn't work. So I expect him to go right to the front. I also like number 6, That's a Lot of Bling. Had a really good second going, 5.5 furlongs 2 outs ago. 4 allowance, the first level allowance, 4 state breds in Texas. And then in the comeback race was 23 lengths behind after rearing at the start. That's breaking up, going in the air, and then running, and only got beat by 10. I really like that. The only thing I don't like, 3 bad starts in a row, but it looks like this one does have a lot of talent.
Agree, and that I'm with you. It kind of makes me a little bit nervous, that one. I'll be watching it. You're getting good value at 9-1. Something to watch. Maybe it was Lone Star in the Gate Crew. And so, anyway, the last horse I'll mention that we'll go to the 2 horse, which could be the speeder right there along the rail with the 1 scratch. Nice position. It's clearly my second choice now. And also a classy horse, and has already won one here. So, horse not to leave out for sure.
And also, I like number 5, Sea of Life. Here's a horse that broke the maiden by 7. That was going around 2 turns. Came back and won a 25-2. Another Jerry Gorno horse. Interesting invader. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I think it's a 2-horse race in here, and I did a $10 exacta box, 2 and 4.
And myself, I like number 4, Interesting Times, so I put it on top with the 2356, with the 2356. That's a $1 tractor. That'll cost you $12. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. horse are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 Thrill of the Night was scratched. Number 2 is Just a Tap In, owned by Drop-In Racing and James Kaplan, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 3 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brendan McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Interesting Times, owned by Kenneth Amther, trained by Gordon Amther with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Sea of Life, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6 is That's a Lot of Bling, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Giddy Up Zoe, owned by Locked and Tagged and Ryan DeJarlis, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 5, 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, the winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 0723. That's winning ticket number 0723. You're going to have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end. Make sure you hang on to those tickets just in case winning ticket 0723 does not show up. We will do a redraw. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've gone 6 furlongs. Some quality fillies and mares in here. I've landed on the 4 horse at 2-1. I think that's a fair value. Racing against the top fillies and mares on the grounds and being very competitive. So this is a slight step down, and we've seen these type of horses come back and win all over the last week and a half. The other one to consider is the 2 horse could be the controlling speed, very game mare that can sit on the lead or just off. We'll have to step it up to beat the 4, but how the track is playing, right there. So I'll give you 4, 2, and 6.
Now, Stretch, I'm with you on the 4 horse. Interesting Times. That race 2 outs ago, definitely that is a standout race, and that would put her on the front end all alone. So 2-1 just might be a big value. If you think she's susceptible, I'll go to number 6. That's a lot of bling. Yes, has a little trouble getting out of the gate, but has a flurry of a late run, which it showed 2 outs ago running second. So I'm taking 4 and 6. Good luck here in race 5.
post time.
Just a tap in. The first to step up and in. Next is Aramon. Interesting times. The 8-5 favorite. Now is loaded. Sea of Life's turn. 2 left to load. That's a lot of bling. And just waiting on Giddy Up Zoe to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Aramon fractious. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Giddy Up Zoe. Quickly from the inside, just a tap in. Shows good early speed. Interesting times. Trying to match her on the outside. Settling back in third. That's Sea of Life. 4 lengths back. Moving up. That's a lot of bling. Sitting on the rail, Aramon and Giddy Up Zoe to her outside. The early trailer. 23-1 the opening quarter. Interesting times. Pokes a nose in front of just a tap in. Sitting on the rail, moving up in third. Sea of Life. And that's a lot of bling. Looks like it has an absolute pile of horse in third. Aramon getting going from fifth. And back in sixth. Giddy Up Zoe, 46-4 to the half. They hit the head of the lane. Just a tap in, takes over as the leader. Interesting times to the outside. That's a lot of bling. Not big kick here. And on the rail, Aramon. Interesting times. Now is going to pull away and win by 2. Just a tap in second best. That's a lot of bling in third. And fourth goes to Aramon. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's Inquiry here in race number 5. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Interesting Times, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Just a Tap In. Third to number 6, That's a Lot of Bling. And a photograph to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46-4. Time for the 6 furlongs. 113-3. And ladies and gentlemen, the Stewart's Inquiry is into the start of race number 5. Results of the photo show number 3, Aramon, finished in 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 4, Interesting Times. Interesting Times is a bay mare, 6 years old, by Salute the Sarge, out of the mare Ice Tis Nice by Tis Now, owned by Kenneth Amther, trained by Gordon Amther, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 3. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 2 T class will run on lay 6. Once again, in this 6th race, number 2 T class will run on lay 6. Post time for race number 6, 17 minutes away. Well, our premier night of racing is just around the corner on Monday, August the 1st at 7:30, featuring the $100,000 Manitoba Derby presented by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. This night of great racing also includes free family fun events. There'll be a bouncy castle, face painting, live entertainment for the kids, plus the Manitoba Derby sweepstakes with a chance to win a $100 win wager on the winning horse in the Derby. That's Monday, August the 1st at 7:30. And in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, Howard M. went to the board and selected the 9 of hearts. So that'll get him $25. And the jackpot's still alive. Over $1,640 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up that are non-2-lifers, they're going to go 1 mile. Quick look back at race number 5 stretch. Interesting times. The class dropper gets it done.
Yeah, I think they figured it out. The 2 and the 4 both went to the lead. I thought, oh, they're going to duel each other into submission, and they dug in, especially the 4. The class kind of took over. The 6 and 5 made a move, and they probably needed one over the track, and the mud is splashing in their face. So, but it was interesting to see. Interesting to see. I didn't even. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And that's a lot of bling. I called it on the turn with a mid full of horse.
Yeah.
He finally got out. She did, and she had nothing. I wonder if she's one of those horses that you got to kind of time your move to go around.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to make notes on that one for next time. Okay, moving
Okay,
on.
race number 6. What do you like?
Well, there's the betting board I expected. Very evenly distributed. The slight favorites on the 1. That was expected as well. There's a few owners in that group. I'm going to go to the dropping horse, the 3. Jake, there we go. We got it. Taking a bit of an angle here of dropping from an allowance field to the 5 non-2. We saw it happen yesterday. We've seen it happen all the last couple of weeks. The horses are just a little bit above their class level, and they have to drop down. I watched the replay. There wasn't a lot on this horse, but ran evenly enough. And I've been, like I said, in ASD Live, I've been waiting for this horse to go 2 turns. I'm getting the 2 turns, and I think that's going to be the difference. Can't sit too far back. We've seen it happen. Speed can steal it if it gets loose or even just gets fast and gets out there. So that is my top selection.
Yeah, with speed doing really well, I got a horse that has some early speed. That's number 4, Bro Code. Stalked last time out the entry mate, Steely Caper, and blew on by to win by an easy 4 lengths. Bro Code, last time it went around 2 turns, ran second in Runaway Hurricane, but was really close to the pace. So the way that Jerry Gorno's horses are running right now, I think he's going to try and send Bro Code out near the front end. And if that is the case, I think this horse has a big shot.
Yeah, it's one of those improving, the drop from the special weight down. Ours, both second pick, we've learned over the last year, do not pick this horse on top. That's Taking the Night Train. I usually get this wrong on the name, but I got it right this time. Horse has talent, but likes to find trouble. Makes moves, shows up at different times. Again, broke a step slow the last couple starts. You can't really do that too often, especially on a relatively needing to be close to the pace race. If Neville managed to get this horse out like he has done today already, watch out. Horse can certainly win. You're getting 3-1. If you're betting him to win, be ready to be mad about something about this horse when he gets him in trouble. But if not, I think he can win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 6 out of the last 10 starts, his horse had a trouble line. So Taking the Night Train, that's why I didn't take him on top either. I also like number 1, Ben Roy, consistent this year. Back-to-back second place finishes. We seen Give a Little win already today and ran second to He Arose on Easter, who ran a good race also today, running second. So Ben Roy does have a late running style, which really doesn't suit the track today, but I think this horse definitely good enough. What about Anchor Up? This one does have the most speed. Is it going to use it today?
Well, that's just it. We've guessed a couple times right on who the speed is, and a couple when somebody else went to the lead. Yes, the horse has the speed. Last time going the distance, you saw hopped at the break, and I didn't watch the replay on this one, but was a little bit outside. So maybe a better break. The speed I thought might give this horse a run was T-Class, coming from Lethbridge, 7 furlongs, and showing a bit of speed recently. Didn't last year at ASD, but who knows? Maybe one of those two, the 2 or the 6 fools us and gets the lead.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, we're going to just make a easy $10 exact wheel, taking a chance with my 8-1 shot with the 3, and then the horses that like to run evenly or get themselves in trouble, 1 or 7.
And myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking a $3 daily double, 147 with 57. If you want to take a dollar one, only $6, but I'm 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 1 mile for $10,100. Number 1 is Ben Roy, owned by the Assiniboia Racing Club, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badry. Number 2 is T-Class, owned and trained by Alan Brown, Antonio Whitehall aboard. Number 3 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Bro Code, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 5 is Zip Eddie, owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is Anchor Up, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Taking the Night Train, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. And rounding out the field is number 8, New York Proud, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Sheldon Chickeness. Late double wagering kicking off right here in race 6. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going a mile or 8 furlongs. These are non-winners of 2 lifetime. It's always a little bit tricky. Look at the betting board. The one's the big favorite, has a couple seconds. I'm going to go elsewhere on a 6-1, bit of a price horse here, dropping from a tougher competition into these horses. You kind of know what you get. I've been waiting for this horse to go around the 2 turns. I'm getting that. How the track is playing, you got to be pretty close. So that's the only thing against it. Don't forget the 7. If he gets out, he could be there too. 3-7-1.
Yeah, Stretch, I like the 4 horse in here. Bro Code. Jerry Gorno having another good night, looking for his hand trick. And Bro Code had a good win last time out, stalking the leaders and drawing off to win by 4. Showed he can go a distance in the previous start, running second to Runaway Hurricane. So I'm going to put him on top with the 7 taking the night train. Hopefully he gets a good trip today. So I'm 4-7. Good luck here in race 6.
Post time!
E-Class, the first one in. Tab also secure. Next up, Bro Code. Zip Eddie's turn. Anchor up, ready to go in. Taking the night train will be next. T-Class fractious in the starting gate. Now just 2 left to load. On the outside, New York Proud. And just waiting on the 9-5 favorite, Benroy, to the inside. Jockey Praven Badry now hops off Benroy. He'll be loaded without the rider. Once he's in, Praven Badry will hop back aboard. Little extra help from the gate crew. Benroy's now in. Jockey Praven Badry climbing back aboard. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little tardy at the start was Benroy and taking the night train. From the middle of the track, that's Peb showing a little bit of speed. And to his outside, Bro Code. These two will set the early pace. Anchor Up back in third, another length and a half to T-Class and Zip Eddie running as a pair. Then 4 more. That's going to be Benroy with New York Proud a length behind. And then another 6, who's about 15 off the lead, taking the night train. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds. And Peb is the leader by a length, with Bro Code to the outside and Anchor Up 3 wide. Back in fourth, 6 lengths off the lead. That's going to be Zip Eddie. Moving up is Benroy. And back to T-Class. And taking the night train far back behind. The half 49-1. And Peb still running easy on the front, with Anchor Up making up a little bit of ground in second. Back to third, Bro Code. Benroy starting to reel him in on the outside. With Zip Eddie in fifth, they hit the head of the lane. The leader still Peb, clinging to the advantage by 2. Bro Code finding new life on the inside. But Peb hits the 16th pole with that 2-length lead. Peb is going to try and hang it on him, and is going to get there and win it very close for second between Bro Code and Benroy. Fourth goes to Anchor Up. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 6. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Peb. The stewards have posted number 3, Peb, as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 49 and 1, 6 furlongs 115 and 2. Time for the mile 144. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 6. Results of the photos show number 1, Benroy, finishing second. Third goes to number 4, Brocode, and fourth to number 6, Anchor Up. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 3, Peb. Peb is a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Munnings, under the mare Puzzling by Ghost Zapper. Owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile 144. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have removed the inquiry sign off the board. There will be no change. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Our jackpot high five race of the evening. There are no changes. Jackpot high five carryover just over $16,600, and they'll go to post in 16 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in with beer, wine, and shots for $3.95 and half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 7, Taking the Night Train, claimed by Jared Brown and Sue Crane. Trainer Jared Brown. And welcome back down on the paddock for race number 7. We have a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6, Stretch. You waited for Peb to stretch out, and Stretch cashed.
He did. Got the nice price to drop class. You see some horses, you make the notes, and sure enough, nice ride to go right to the lead and just gave to a real good exactor for $1. If $1 was only paid $21 if on the bet that I gave out.
Yeah, you're hot as a pistol, cash and everything. You're alive in the pick 5, alive in the pick 4. I'm alive in the pick 4. So we got a lot of action going into race number 7. Okay, Stretch, let's finish her off.
Let's try to finish her off. It ends in the non-winners of the year, going 7.5. It's not an easy race. I've landed on the 8, which is a little bit risky going on the outside, but I just like the field that this horse is run against. Basically, some Tis Funny going 5 furlongs. You can't beat Tis Funny. This horse closed a little bit. It's always been right there. And once you get to know the field, you really have a good idea of what level of the 25 non-winners or whatever the 3,500 is. I think this is a drop in class based on the other competition. I think the horse is going to be forwardly placed and try to make kind of take over from there.
Yeah, and here I like number 5, Barley Boy. Comes out of a non-3 lifer where ran a good 4th beaten 3 to Big Tony and then came back in a 35 non-winners or 4 lifer. Didn't fare so well going around 2 turns, but All for Truth was the lone speed and drew off easy on that field. I think this is a good drop in class for Barley Boy. Loves the distance, going around 2 turns, and he does have some tactical speed when he does want to use it. So I think he has a shot in here, and you're getting 10-1.
Yeah, and you just made the key point. He's got to use tactical speed. If he goes back to his deep closing, he's probably not going to be there. So that's something to be aware of. My other one is the second choice I have is the 6, My Father's Eyes. I'd almost have to adjust. We talked about how the track is playing. We weren't sure because of the rain and stuff. I'm using it because, again, the horse can close, has the back class, is in waiver claiming, so can't be claimed. Normally this horse is in for $5,000 and can handle some of the better 5,000 claimers, in for $2,500. But again, has to sit closer. If sitting too far back, again, somebody gets loose, that's your probable winner.
Yeah, well, Antonio Whitehall already a win on the card, and he was sitting close on that win. Another horse to throw in, number 7, Anire. I think this horse, usually runs really well. Last year was 7 for 11 in the money. Now in his 11-year-old campaign, didn't show much in his first outing, but ran much better in the second one. Did only beat 1 horse in there, but Anire's best distance is going around 2 turns, is 5 for 7 in the money with 2 wins and 3 seconds. And I also like that this pick 4 is paying $1,900.
Yes, why would you not? And of course you'd have an Ire. Again, you're going to know really quickly if an Ire's on his game because it's going to be relatively close, showing some interest early. If he's at the back, that $1,900 is not.
Yeah, no shot. Okay, who else do you like?
Well, let's talk about the one horse. You have the horse listed, and you kind of got this interest me as well. It's going to be on the rail. He's, again, another horse that's got to sit closer. That's the tricky part, is trying to run this race. If somebody sneaks out, gets there, that's the one. I'll just mention, I'll get 2 horses in here, so I get to you talk too much.
Okay.
I'll go to
a break.
Give you a break. The 4-horse. I have this horse listed in there a little bit. If you look at some speed, showed some speed last year at the $5,000 level. The first race, you got to toss it out. You're down to 6-1. The horse has won 4 times at the distance. And so maybe Arthur will send this horse.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you got to do with Praise Loudly. The other thing about the one Jenna's Gun Runner, the 2 starts, 5 non-4 life, weren't as good as when it dropped down to non-winners of the year. That was the best start out of the 3. Draws inside. You got the other Jerry Gorno horse on the outside, Yodeler's Way, to take care of the speed. But usually on these nights, what happens? Speed does well every step of the way, and then what happens in the last?
Yeah, the closers show up.
The closers gobble them up. It's going to be tough because we haven't seen that yet. But always could happen. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 7 to close it out. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, I'm hoping to keep it going here. I'll go to $3 exacta box, 5, 6, and 8.
And myself, I'm going 20 to win on the 5 and 20 to place on the 5. And just a reminder, show parlay Wednesday. Tomorrow's Stretch, his show parlay, he's the only one that's cashed so far twice.
Last week,
but
finished
your highest was 99.
Last was 64. So
Yeah.
you're due. You're
Turning
due.
10 into 100. Yeah, I swing for the fences, so it's not always chalky for me. But good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back 6:45 Central tomorrow for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Jenna's Gun Runner, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno. Lionel Camacho Flores aboard. Number 2 is Jovial Destiny, owned by Glenda Frank, trained by Lee Delaron with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Aztec Key, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Praise Loudly, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Arthur Badu. Number 5 is Barley Boy, owned by Wade Heggie and Kelly Woolsfield, trained by Mike Tamporn with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is My Father's Eyes, owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Anire, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field is number 8, Yodeler's Way, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Jackpot High Five wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, closing out the Tuesday night in the slop. We've got 7.5 furlongs for the boys. Bit of always a tricky race for this level. We've got horses that are can be inconsistent. I've landed on the 8, the favorite right now, kind of the co-favorite. Dropping against weaker competition is going to have to find a spot along the rail, but if it can run back to some of those other races, watch out. Has run 7 furlongs and been successful. The other selection here is the 6, My Father's Eyes. Going to have to sit a little bit closer. Can't get too far back on today's track. 8-6-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm going long shot hunting in here. I went to number 5, Barley Boy. A great race 2 outs ago in the non-3 lifer condition. A flat race last time, but that was 35 non-winners of the year or 4 life, and that was much tougher. Expect Barley Boy to sit mid-pack in here, make a good run, and I also like the 7-horse Anire, the classy old guy that can really bring it sometimes. Expect him near the front. If he's going to run good, good luck here in race 7. time. Jenna's Gunrunner will lead him in for the nightcap. Jovial Destiny steps up and in. Aztec Key's turn. Praise Loudly walks up. Next up, Barley Boy. My Father's Eyes, the current 3-2 favorite. Now just 2 left to load. Anire. And just waiting on Yodeler's Way to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Jenna's Gunrunner. In the middle of the track, that's Praise Loudly. Showing some early speed with Yodeler's Way. Keeping company to the outside. Settled back in third, Barley Boy with My Father's Eyes. Jovial Destiny back in fifth. Another length back. That's going to be Jenna's Gunrunner, Aztec Key, and well back to the early trailer, which will be Anire. The opening quarter, 23-4, and it's Praise Loudly with the advantage by 3/4 of a length with Yodeler's Way to the outside. Back in third, My Father's Eyes with Barley Boy on the rail. Another 5 lengths back to Jenna's Gunrunner. Then 4 more to Jovial Destiny. And the trailers are still Aztec Key and Anire. 48-1, the half mile, a quick half. And Yodeler's Way takes the lead. Barley Boy splitting horses in second. Back in third, Praise Loudly, Jenna's Gunrunner trying to split this seam. A short lead for Yodeler's Way. On the outside, Barley Boy on the rail. Jenna's Gunrunner. They come to the 16th pole, and it's Barley Boy now taking the lead and gonna win it by a length. Back in second, Yodeler's Way. Third's gonna go to Jenna's Gunrunner. Fourth to My Father's Eyes, and fifth to Aztec Key. Stewart's supposed to number 5, Barley Boy, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Yodeler's Way. Third to number 1, Jenna's Gunrunner. And fourth to number 6, My Father's Eyes. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 48-1. 6 furlongs, 115-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 135. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 5, Barley Boy. Barley Boy is a chestnut gelding, 6 years old, by Milwaukee Brew, out of the Merovinging Cat by Catahoula County. Owned by Wade Hagee and Kelly Woolsfield, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:35. Congratulations goes out to rider Ronald Alley, who scores the double, 2 wins for jockey Ronald Alley. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour in the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. Now, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.